Hello, peoples. Hopefully that's working. It is. Yay. So I bought wire yesterday to put in the sorting hat to keep it upright. And then I forgot to do it yesterday when I got home. So, you know, you can watch me attempt to make this happen. Yes. So the hat it's not really heavy per se, but it is floppy. So like when I put it on, it just flops over. So my thing was I was going to turn it inside out, or as inside out as I could get it, and put some wire in it, like crafting jewelry wire, and try to attempt to get it to sit up some. So, I should have left it maybe. I'm torn. Like, do I? There we go. We'll figure this out yet. But I got this, I think it's like 12 gauge wire. Hopefully it's not, like I didn't want to get something super stiff that was super hard to move. But I also wanted to get something that wasn't immediately going to flop over. And I want to make sure you're not seeing it from the other. But like I said, I meant to do this when I got home yesterday, and I just didn't think about it. I just didn't. Right? So here's to hoping what I'm attempting actually works. Well, if oh, hello everyone. Okay, so hello Alex and Catacane and Rabbit, and I saw Fantasy. We are we'll try to get this to work, right? Like that's the most I can help for or hope for is trying. I'm trying to get it so it's only going through like the loops on the back, so you won't really see it on the front side. And I don't like need to go all the way up, like totally to the point, but just some of the way up. And then my plan was to fold it back to kind of keep it. And the same at the bottom, fold it up to keep it. Like I said, plans. I don't know if they'll work. Hello, Devin. Okay, there's one side, and it feels pretty good. So let's try the other side. I figure if I put it kind of like on either side of the face a little bit, and then like one up the back, that should be enough to like. And I'm just gonna, yeah, see, look, I only have half a plan at best. Half a plan. I don't know. But I thought inside out would be better than right side out. But now that I've got it in there, I'm like, oh, how am I going to do that? Good question, Alex. That is a fine question with an I don't know as the answer. Maybe if I do the two on the front, I can just do the flippy and then figure out the one in the back that nobody will see. Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue how I really or how this is really going to work. It was a thought, and sometimes those are not all clear or well thought out. I half ass a lot of things and then just hope for the best in the end. Come on. No. Okay. Oh, that already? Maybe I'll only need those two because look at it already, like, stays up pretty well. Yeah, good, but like, I guess we'll just have to wing it. Like I said, this was a plan. Nobody said it was a good one. Oh, there we go. Then I just have to, bend the wire a little bit back out. Okay. Here goes nothing. Let me take the headphones off. Nope. Okay, I feel like that's better than it was. Okay, I felt like that was better than it was before. Not perfect, but better. But this wire here may be a smidgen long. Still, maybe not perfect, but plus this one feels like it. I don't know, like it's not right. Okay. 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 That seems like it sits pretty well. Woo. Okay, not perfect, but for a quick, you know, I don't really know what I'm doing, not bad. And I can play with it more to get it a little better and then wrap like ribbon around the end so it doesn't like scratch me or whatever. But for a quickie, not bad. That didn't take long. It was only like 10 minutes. Okay, we can start a Stream Raiders. What do I need? Archers, orcs, and berserkers. Like, I'll remember. Where are we? I think we did this one, so then we can do this one or this one. Let's see the difference. Sometimes one is a loyalty chest and the other isn't, and that's really the difference, but I don't see a difference this time, so we'll just go with this one. Orc Slayer. There, that way I won't forget that one. Okay, so this Clem game I got last week, and I was going to play it last week, but then I couldn't figure out how to play it with the keyboard. But I think I figured it out, so, you know, we'll attempt to play it, and if it turns out that is, like, I still can't quite figure it out, like, control-wise, we'll just switch to another game. Turn up the volume a little bit since I have that. Okay, so we are a doll that wakes up in the basement with this book, and we're supposed to, like, solve puzzles to figure out what's going on. Took the book. So we have, like, loyalty, temperance, vanity, selfishness. I guess, like, good and bad qualities. So the butterfly can be an insect belonging to the, and if I'm going to pronounce things all kinds of wrong because that's me, Lepidoptera family. And its most distinctive characteristic is a very large variety of shapes and variety of shapes and striking colors exhibited on its wings during adulthood. Its life cycle is similar to that of most insects, passing through the phases of egg, larva, chrysalis, and adult. The change that they experience during metamorphosis is what gives the compelling exuberance elixir its properties, but only if we use the scales from its wings in the correct proportions together with other cosmetic reagents. For thousands of years, butterfly wing scales have been one of the most commonly used animal-derived ingredients in alchemy. Their structure endows them with unique properties and can improve anyone's appearance. It says, maybe I could use them in an eye wash to have eyes as pretty as Mom. That's only a little weird. Then comes about the praying mantis, the wasp, the spiders, the mosquitoes. Okay, Alex. Have a good trip to the shop. Kill the wasps. Oh man, we had 2 wasp nests last year in our carport, and this year so far I found 2 wasps inside the house. Not what I want at all. Just making sure I can't, like, touch anything else down here before, you know. Let's try the door. Okay, not that. No, it says something written, bring me beauty, but it's not my writing. Yeah, touch everything. Yeah, last week I couldn't figure out how how to like get it to do anything. So this is an improvement. But I like puzzle games, and this one is a little weird on top of it, so I like weird things. Well, at least it doesn't want me to do the dishes. But apparently, I can take this. I'm guessing it's like olive oil. Right, like if I've learned anything, it's open every container, you know, every space, try to touch everything. What's this little hole? Your instincts are like face everything, touch everything you can. Okay, so we can turn the time as well. So, seems like the dining room clock is missing a hand. Okay. Oh, it is. So we'll probably at some point have to find a hand. Clock hand? Midorine. Ooh, look at the kitty. Next to the clock, I saw a photo of a cat, or maybe it was a painting. I don't really know how to tell the difference. Anyway, what I wanted to write down was that when I looked at the cat, I felt bad. I think it's because it's dead. Is that why they call it sadness? Or is that what they call sadness? That's really loud in here. Oh, I can take that. Was it like a jar of screws? Or nails? Jar of nails. Looks like the painting's ripped or cut. There's a strange painting on the dining room, and it's broken. Well, we can't really read that page. No one caught the Pokemon. I found a book on the little table in the piano hall, but all the letters have faded and I can't read what it says. It looked like it might have been like about flowers or something. We might have to play the piano at some point. It looks like there used to be something on that wall. Okay, it won't just let us walk out there. Ooh, there's a butterfly. Close. These shutters apparently. Those apparently. Oh, tools. what I'm wondering. And if we do want the pretty bug, how do we catch the pretty bug? You know what I mean? Like, there's probably a way to catch it. Somebody was just inside there. I wanted to like get closer to the tombstone there to see if it said anything, but I couldn't really get closer, so. They're watering the plants. It's gonna let me take the shovel. This is like the third time I've seen that symbol on the ground. Yeah, I would assume a net to catch it, but I like do I have to make a net? Oh, I see. Ah, no. I thought I had that one in there. Like, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, so we need to find a fourth piece for that. I would assume this needs to come around. Like be at a different part. Let's try that piece. Oh, eyeball itchy. would be 20 times easier if it would just let me use my mouse, but... Welcome back, Alex. We are, as you can tell, still trying to figure this out. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how that goes, but we need to find another piece. We did find a nail gun, and I wonder if I can combine... Oh, I wonder if I can dig somewhere. But combine this and this. It says no. I'm try to go upstairs, or at least, you know, up to this part. Okay, we're in ads officially. We have no clue what we're doing, but that's okay. Two of those. Two of these. And two of these. So it's this. And this. Oop. Yes. Twice. Maybe like cheeks. We don't have a terrible lot left on this set. And then afterwards, we'll have a new brick tax, which is special because Kaz bought it off my throne and sent it to me. And it is the 3-in-1 unicorn. But Kaz bought this off my throne wish list and sent it to me. So we don't necessarily have to build the unicorn. We can do the unicorn, or it looks like a seahorse, or maybe a duck. But yes. Oh no! But yes, that's a fun set. We'll have to make sure it has like prominent standing on the shelf. Pink fluffy unicorn dancing on the rainbow. Okay, let's see if we can figure anything out. Probably not. It wants me to do that with a key somewhere. And there's a key around the cat's neck, but I don't know how to get it off the cat. And like, I mean, it's obviously in the... But you see what I'm talking about? That symbol there is like at different spots. That's 15 minutes of that.
There's nothing here. Trust me.
There's nothing here. Trust you. Okay, well, if not here, then where? Maybe I should dig in the garden with that shovel or outside. Oh, where it asked me by the tombstone if I wanted to select an item. I bet there with the shovel. Space. Ah!
Well done.
Let's see what it was. F. It's the key. Small key that I found with the bones of a dead cat. Okay, so let's go inside again. Well, I mean, the game told me to, so it has to be appropriate, right? Do you want to change your walking speed? I'm fine with the way my walking speed is. Doesn't seem crazy. Like it's not super fast or super slow. Okay, let's go into this room off the kitchen. No, what about down here? Ooh. Oh, Dad, I hope that you never open this door, because if you do, I'll tell Mom like I did last time, so that she tells you off again. Stop taking my toys. Wow. So F. Oh, we got that fourth piece for in the garden. And okay, just making sure she didn't write something down. In the pantry, there was a locked drawer. Inside, I saw a handle, a piece of metal, and a note. Yeah, sneaky spoiled child. Don't take my stuff. I'll tell Mom. Listen, I'll tell you something. Okay, let's take that other piece back out to the greenhouse. Can I just walk up? Butterfly just keeps moving on me. I need a net for the butterfly. Okay, so we know this piece. Woohoo, we did it!
Excellent.
I wonder if we catch the butterfly in that. Glass. Round piece of glass. I'm not sure why, but it looks familiar. Ooh. And this was a handle for some reason. I know that it's made of brass and mother of pearl, even though I don't know what those things are. So I wonder if we can combine this and this. Woohoo! Like the lens of
You
truth.
have a lens. Well done.
The lens of truth. This is one of the first toys I made for myself when I started studying magic, witchcraft, and alchemy. Through the glass, you're able to see things that are invisible to the naked eye. It's really easy to use. All you have to do is look at something through the lens and then move it slowly over the object to discover any hidden secrets. It's only made up of 2 parts, and it's really only a gadget for beginners, but I'm proud of it anyway because I made it myself when I'd only just turned 5. To make it, I took a piece of quartz and I cleaned it and rubbed it until I could see the light within it. That is normally hidden. To transfer my energies to the glass, I needed something metal to grasp the quartz. Luckily, Mom let me use the handle from an old handheld mirror that I found in the attic. When I'm not using the lens, I take it apart and hide the handle in the drawer where I keep things for Bones the cat and the crystal in hand of Thea. Only I know how to move the arm, so Dad won't ever be able to take it from me. Wahahaha! Different section, different section. Okay, that must be it. I thought maybe I would need the shovel to dig in some of these plants or something, but no. Can I take my shovel back so I have it again for other uses? No, apparently it was a one-time use. Let's see if it'll let me take anything else from the shed. Can I? Maybe I can go past the shed. Oh, the key's gone too, so. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's try to go past into this area where we weren't before. I mean, just see what's there. It's blocked, obviously. Okay, so we'll probably need something to eventually open that. Let's do Stream Raiders. Okay, we have Catacane Crazy and Temazi Gaming. Let's do, right about there. 7 of us and 43 of them. I imagine, how's Joe today? Is he being calm or is he crazy all over the place? I mean, my kids were always crazy all over the place, so. I always joke that's why I had a second one, so they could keep each other entertained. Boop boop, boop boop. Ooh, look, I had 16 kills. Look at me go. Timothy Gaming got the reward. I can't remember what quests I had. Archers, orcs, and berserkers. They're not going to let me use the orc again so soon. So let's look for berserker. That's a war beast. Ah, there it is. I'll find it eventually, right? No, enough money to do anything with. Crazy all over the place, but also his ears are hurting, so he's on a very. I'm sorry that whatever that you know, ideally whatever that surgery was supposed to accomplish, it did not seem to. So, can I? Let's see. Yes, lens of truth. Ooh, there's the eye. Okay, I saw your brick text, crazy. I just want to finish scanning this area to make sure I didn't miss anything. I heard you, kitty. What's wrong? You want up here? Okay, so we learned this from the lens of truth, but that's about it. I found a hidden symbol on the wall beside the piano. Okay, so we need this piece and this piece. I'm gonna put this one here and this one here, and that was it. To give it like that smooth shape around the side. Okay. Like, can I wonder where else I can use the lens of truth.
Use your head.
Oh, look at the things. Ooh. Number 139, Pansy. The pansy is a hybrid ornamental plant obtained from the wild species of Viola tricolor. It belongs to the Viola genus and is part of the Violinaceae family. You want up? Come here. You're crying to me, but then you don't want to come here. Kitty time! Kitty time. Okay, kitty. The first documented examples of the pansy appeared 2 centuries ago, cultivated by the royalty of the humid island. Kitty, one kitty, little bit of fur. Sometimes she's a spicy kitty. The passionate reception of this plant among the upper classes that possessed the ideal steel greenhouses led to the creation, within just 2 decades, of more than 400 variety of pansies. Pansy flowers in December. Its flowers measure some 6 centimeters in diameter and usually possess 5 petals arranged in a variety of characteristic fashion. 2 overlapping upper petals. Now you're muting me and turning the volume way up, kitty. Too much. 2 overlapping upper petals, 2 side petals, and a bottom petal wider than the others. Another appears a velvet beard which emanates from the center of the flower, producing a nectar high in the levolose. Those flowers are particularly appealing to all classes. Okay. Making the pansy an infallible attractor of mutualistic species that assure the propagation and survival of the plant in any environment in which said organism thrives. Sorry about that. What does she push off my desk and take off with? No, you can't have my wax. That's my wax. Crazy kitty. I'm sorry too. I just want him to get better, but the end doesn't seem to be in sight. Sorry, typed it out and then no, you're fine. I do the same thing. Better yet, I answer texts out loud and then I don't tell anybody. Like I answered it, and then when the person's like, "Well," I'm like, "What do you mean?" Well, oh, I answered that out loud. So that just gives us this. It's not like we can go forward or back a page. Okay, apparently I don't have whatever it wants. Beauty, whatever that means. I wonder if we can use the lens of truth on the cat painting or that other painting. I keep wanting to use my mouse, not that it does any good. Ooh, follow the eye. The eye. Oh, look! The symbols on the keyboard. Eventually, our music we're going to have to play a bit. The painting was fixed by waving the lens over it. Looks like a person playing the piano. Some of the keys have symbols on them like the ones from the first pages of the notebook, but the small ones don't have anything. If I want to do something with the piano, I probably need to keep searching. So it has symbols like that on there. Okay. Lens of truth. Well, the lens of truth doesn't seem to do anything for the kitty picture. Nothing there. Okay, not that. I was thinking maybe I could like put the lens of truth over like that note about beauty, but maybe back to the garden now that we know about pansies. I took the pansies. Maybe that's beauty? Maybe I could put those in the vase. Let's try that. There we go. But I still can't, like, it didn't make anything happen. Well, I brought flowers in and I put them there, but now not so much. Let's see. It just says bring me beauty. How do I catch the fecking butterfly? Something about this space, because it keeps flying in there. So, something about that space. I was hoping once I put the flowers like in the vase, it would let me pick up the vase. But nope. And it seems like it wants the one that it does have at like 10. That's still right. Like when I bring up the thing where it talks about there it is. Looks like the clock in the dining room is missing a hand. And it looks like 10 o'clock is where they want the hand, but that's just blocked. And that is the thing. I feel like I'm walking in circles, and this probably isn't that entertaining. But there's gotta be something that I'm missing. And I feel like at some point there's going to be something here with the barrels, because the symbol's there.
You should look somewhere else.
You keep telling me that, but like it told me in the kitchen there's nothing here, and then downstairs you should look somewhere else. I will look somewhere else, but where exactly? Because it's not like as if changing the time on here like does anything to like the outside. that is, but I'm gonna try to pokey catch it. Pokey catch phantom ball. Must have one because it didn't tell me I did. There's the butterfly. It's like in there or out here, but I don't know how to catch the butterfly. Oh, an evolution of Shuppet. I'm pretty sure I have a Shuppet. So we planted stuff in our garden, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. And the couple onion bulbs we planted and like a movable planter because we are in Tornado Alley, so we get all kinds of stuff. Can I like staple that window shut? Yes, but no. Congrats on catching it, Catacane. We bought, so we have raised garden beds, and then we also got like 4 smaller, like lower to the ground planters that we could move with certain plants in them. And we put like onions, like white sandwich onions, in. I think we planted 12 of them in one of the ones that could be moved for bad weather, and all 12 of them have like sprouted, so that's good. The strawberries we planted are and we planted a raspberry bush and blue, maybe it was raspberries and blackberries, but they haven't really done anything yet. But it was like like they trimmed a bush way down, so it was just a couple sticks. So I imagine that will take longer to show any kind of things happening, I am very tempted to look for a playthrough guide because I don't care about the well, so that you could like then plant it at home. I'm guessing there's not more for the Lens of Truth because it did its job. So I imagine that will take some more time to get to do anything. And this space won't let me. It says I don't know where else to look though. Listen, I am not above using a walkthrough guide. Walk through. Like, I don't want you guys to sit here and just watch me do the same thing over and over when nothing's happening. Plus, sometimes, you ever say, like, you're doing something and you're, like, so close to doing the right thing that you just still don't do it? Okay, did that. Did that. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, so it says to separate our jar from the nails. And then we want to combine our nails with the nail gun. Okay, I did that. Okay. So now that I've separated it and I've loaded the nail gun, you should be able to go outside and nail that shutter closed. Okay, did that. Did that. Okay. See, I knew we were super close to finishing this chapter. The thing I needed to do was separate the nails from the jar and put them in the nail gun. That way I would trap the butterfly inside with the flowers, and then I can get the butterfly.
Ooh. It's pretty, isn't it?
Now I should be able to go upstairs and give that to her. I know some people say using a walkthrough is cheating, but I don't care.
Don't you? You have it. Come here. Don't you? Give it to me. You have it. Don't you?
Creepy door. And this sketchy little girl.
Well done. But we are not finished yet.
Back down in the basement we are.
Bring me determination.
Now determination. Snails. The snail is a mollusk which moves very slowly by dragging its body along the ground. It has a spiral-shaped hard shell in which it can hide when it feels threatened. Another peculiarity is that the snail is a hermaphrodite animal. As such, can take either male or female characteristics according to the manner in which it develops. It can live on land or on water and is equally comfortable in hot climates such as found in the deserts or cold climates that of the sea floor, although what snail likes most is to soak up the sun after a gentle rainfall. The ritual which uses snails always have one thing in common. The alchemist must wait patiently while the live snail crawls from outside the pentagram to the center. Many accept defeat before the ritual is complete. I suppose you must really want something badly to wait patiently for so long. I guess. I don't have a key. But as we, move from chapter to chapter, looking in certain places, you may have to look where you didn't look before. So we'll just make sure. I have just about a minute left on Stream Raiders. Like there wasn't a fly there before. Would a snail like a fly? Oh, this is open and it wasn't before. Oh no! I think we're gonna have to go out to the shed. How do I get out? Oh, there we go. Oh, there's Streamitos. Oh, wow! 62 allies this time. Against 42 enemies. I have little doubt this time. And it looks like Rox has 8 kills and Crazy currently has 12 assists. If any of you who are in the channel still need the drops, let me know and I will change my category. What did I get? A Golfer Lancer skin. And some monies. Berserker, Orc, and Archer. I don't think I have any. Oh, nope, I do that one. So I won't spend my money. Let's do the mystery one. So, how was everybody's weekend? Yesterday morning, we all went for haircuts. Okay, if you put it in the purple area, that's gonna be like you'll stay in that area. You won't move around the map, battlefield, whatever. Well, here's to hoping he stays down, right? Like you just hope for small favors. Yesterday, we all went and got haircuts. The kids just got a trim, and Crazy got his hair trimmed, like shaped, and his beard trimmed. And then I cut like 6 inches off because it won't matter in 4 months. It'll be right back. Like in 4 months, it'll be like I never even got a haircut. So. Let's go back into that bathroom. See if that screwdriver helps us. Ooh. That was also close before. Lens of truth, lens of truth. I'm gonna say that's it, and this is like the statue in the garden. I've seen a painting which has a lady in it just like the one in the greenhouse. When I looked at it though through the lens, the painting changed a bit. I'm going to draw it here. It might be important. You mean you won't just let me jimmy the drawer with my screwdriver? Ooh, is that like a runic key?
I'm sure the key will be very useful.
Runic key. I don't have a problem closing doors with a spell, but I'm not so good at opening them. Until now, because finally I have the runic key. It's like a lockpick, but way cooler because I made it and it has really cool engravings. Huh? The creation ritual was a bit more difficult than the one I did for the Lens of Truth, but in the end, I found all the special items I needed around the house, and it turned out just how I imagined. It's amazing because I managed to get the floating stones smooth just how I wanted, without them knocking into each other. When I show it to Mom, she's going to be so impressed. Now I'll be able to create any combination I need to open doors, drawers, locks. No keyhole in the house will be able to keep me out. Well, it doesn't say it wants me to use the lens of truth on it, so just a family portrait is what I'm going with. Maybe later. I'm feeling that's a puzzle for later. It doesn't need me. You telling me I'm stuck in here? So that's probably on the level, but then this one I'm gonna say is down one, up 2. Yes and no. The first one was like we had to get, because really you have to complete the puzzle and then take it to the girl in the room. Um. So. So you need to do puzzles to unlock certain things that in the end get you whatever she's wanting you to bring her. Like this time it's determination. Last time it was beauty, so we had to get the stuff to then take her the butterfly. But kind of, I mean, this is the first escape room type thing where I've been like locked in a room. I just wandered around aimlessly the first time. I mean, I think this would only be up like 1. And then I feel like this would only be down 1. But I don't really know. Oh. Let's go back to this one and put it up 1. I mean, that touched. tell me that either this third one is incorrect or correct. That's what I'm like, is that how I do it? Like by making the line even? Okay, so let me retry that because originally I did like 1 up, 1 down, 2 up, 1, 2, 3 up. And when I did it, nothing. And then I escaped. And I put that one up. And I did this. And see, now that one is, see how it's like correct, I think, because it stayed like glowed at the bottom, like maybe it was correct.
Beedo, beedo, beedo.
Did you cheat and look it up? No, you just saw the big clock. Well, I did that. And, I mean, it's showing like maybe the third one is correct. Ugh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, I see. I get it now. Hey. Okay. You need to get the line it picks to line up with the line. Oh, I see. So the first one needs to come down 1, but the second one up about 2. I was trying to get the pink line even, not that line. Oh, okay. I was like, the pink line, yeah, I can try to get the pink line even. Listen, I don't pay attention. I'm not. I don't know what I'm doing like 3/4 of the time. To the most handsome man of the house and the entire town. I still remember how happy you made me when you said yes to taking that trip around the world with me. It was our first trip together, and it was so special. You'd only just finished your course specializing in psychochemistry, and I still had a few years left of my entomology degree. You didn't want me to miss classes during the 3 weeks the trip lasted, but when I showed you the quantity of amazing flowers and bugs we were going to discover, I made all of your fears disappear. Yes, I know it, and I ended up repeating the year, but we learned so much on that trip, didn't we? I was able to see giant beetles, blue colored bees, and the rarest of butterflies, while you were fascinated by the fire lilies, violet anemones, and your beloved pansies. Although I've no doubt that the thing you enjoyed most about the trip was the spirits we had the chance to try. Am I right? You should have seen how your eyes shone as you opened each new bottle and you took the chance to explain to me everything you'd learned at university. The rum was the one we liked the most, wasn't it? We also really liked the cherry schnapps that we tried near the Burning Marble Valley, but we both agreed that the rum from Angel Island was the best of the trip. Oh, and don't you remember the herb liquors you, they gave us in Misty Mountain? We only took one sip because of how little we liked it. It was awful. So, their bottles probably have to be rearranged. So, the rum, uh, so the Angel Island and then Burning Marble Mountain or Valley. The island, the valley, and then the mountain are last. What else did we try? Oh yes, in Labyrinth Seas, they gave us a bottle of gin, and on the trip to Misty Cave, we tried the local whiskey. I remember that one we liked most was the one we drank on the cliff top, watching the little boats heading out to sea from the river. The other one was tasty too, but the best thing about it was that we drank it surrounded by fireflies just before bed. Such a beautiful moment. It's been 10 years since that trip, and to mark the occasion, I've decided to prepare a surprise for you. I don't want you to give it to you just yet. I'd prefer we play a bit and you discover it for yourself. Given that you're nearly as intelligent as me, I'm sure you won't take long to solve the riddle. Here we go. Distill our memories and you'll find the key that will take us to our new sanctuary. Well, have you got it yet? Come on, it's not that difficult. By the way, Clem helped me prepare the game. She said that you need a clue. You can ask her and she'll help you with one of her toys, but that in exchange you'll have to stop taking them away from her. Seems like a good deal to me. Great, you've got some distilling to do. I'll be waiting for you in the sanctuary. Don't take too long. Cat. I really should have paper. Where's my little... Here we go. Okay, so... But we both agreed the run from Angel was the best of the trip. So... Angel Island... and... Burning... Marble... Valley. And the one they liked the least, Misty Mountain. And then, oh yes, the Labyrinth Seas gave Spotted Jen on the trip to Mexico. We like. And then questions about sea and cave. No, I'm a little obsessive compulsive. I hate having to go back and forth, so I write down stuff all the time. Something strange is going on. Before I woke up in the same place again, I keep hearing a voice asking me for things, and now the door to this room just closed on its own. It doesn't have a lock, so I don't know how I'm going to get out. The magic key I found was only useful for unlocking that drawer, and inside there was just pieces of paper. There must be some way to get out of here. So, I want to say this and this. And Misty Mountain was the one they liked the least. So then it was Seas and Cave. But I'm going to say that the cave is first because of fireflies. But I don't know that I'm right. Oh, okay.
Brilliant.
And that's the same thing that the girl in the garden. So I bet I have to take that out to the girl in the garden. Or at least take it to the painting. Oh, there's something else in there. To September, I've just realized that Dad took away all my toys while I was at camp. Well, tonight I'm going to take them back and hide them where no one will find them. 3 September, I've hidden all my toys, but I nearly got caught. While I was in the study, I thought I heard footsteps, and because I didn't have the teleport charm, I had to quickly carry out the ritual to close the door to stop Dad from catching me. With this spell in place, the study door will close behind me every time I enter and only open again if I disappear from the room or if I use some green books from my dad's library to form the symbol for temperance. At first, I tried to do it with discretion, but I got nervous because of all the footsteps and I didn't do it right. I think I moved something on the other side of the door though. Anyway, in the end nothing happened and Dad didn't catch me. I haven't undone the spell in case I need it again. So, temperance. And September 6th, I don't think I'm going to have everything I need to start my project just with Mom's books. So tomorrow night, I'll close myself in Dad's study and take a look at the botanical encyclopedias. I'm sure I'll find something interesting. I mean, I did the lens of truth on this. I thought maybe bringing the thing over, but ooh, here we go. Now I can move stuff. She said use the green books from my dad's library for the symbol for temperance. Temperance is like a cross. No, that didn't work. Now, honestly, I forgot what I was doing before I went into that room. Or even what I learned in that room. Okay, so we need something else to close up that bath.
Well done.
Woohoo! New spot. Okay, well, I'm not sure that did anything. It looked like it turned on the water, though, not off. Well, maybe I was reading it wrong. Let's check the bathroom. Okay. Yeah, because it started this way and then I turned it the other way, so I can. That looks even already. And so does that. And so does that. Maybe down one. Oh no, I see what I did. I was looking that a different part was even, not the part I need even. Okay, so we're just gonna do this. Okay. That one's actually gonna go up. Okay, looks like middle to one more. Label says firework card, no. Whatever, it's empty. Another note, it says, bring me determination. Could this be the handwriting of the voice? I'm like, really? All that work? And I got like one thing out of there? Well, we will go back to that other thing. Well, I know what's up there. Let's make sure there's nothing else. See, this drawer was locked last time and now it's open. Ooh. I can use the key. Okay, the first one like up 2 clicks, second one up just 1, and then the fourth one maybe 3. Aye. Okay, up 1, down 1. Ah, the knob for the shut-off valve. Okay, let's do Stream Raiders. 15 allies. Let's do the... Well, the curse doesn't do much. So let's do the killing field, like right there. Those all must be like non-aggressive, like they wait until they have to move. Had I realized that, I would have put the killing field over there. Oh, 12. We're doing okay. We're doing... I mean, considering how many there were to start compared to us, not horrible. Woohoo! Vivan! Vivan! Crazy and Catacane. Got the spoils of war. Yeah, we collect this. 10 spell totems. Still berserkers, orc slayers, and archers. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Oh. Come on. There we go. No, this one. Upgrade that. We can go back in there. Okay. Now that we can go back into the greenhouse and double check that thing, but the knob is probably what's going to allow me to turn off that bathroom thing. But we double check in the greenhouse. Yeah. So we got haircuts this week. Oh, sorry. I knew I was getting some haircuts this weekend, and we went and got some more pallets of strawberries from. See, I currently have it all the way open, but if you do, that's like a little open, and then this is off. So, but like I said, it didn't do anything noticeable. So, I don't know, but that knob is what's going to help us in the bathroom, I bet. And in that pantry, there's another lock. So I wonder if this room key, which basically makes no room locked for us anymore, will help. And that room downstairs could use the room screen. See? Okay. Let's try up 2 first. Just one. Just one. Okay, one more on the first and last, and a bunch more on the second. Let's try one more on the first, on the second and last. See how the last one, like it's right, and then it pushes it down. So I wonder. I'll do it 2. There we go. I did it again. Ah, so close that time. There we go. I had to overdo it to get it to work. So now we have a strainer. Okay, and then we'll go downstairs to that other room. Save one more for the first and second, and a bunch more for the last. So now open this door. I don't think we have whatever to do this puzzle yet. So let's go up to the bathroom and put that knob on. Woohoo! Okay, I still don't know. Oh, there we go. Now I can open this and take the tape. Adhesive tape. Okay, we seem to be done with this room. It's blocked. Okay, let's see. We got the screwdriver, statue, runic key. Okay. Sorry. I was like, let me make sure, go back to the walkthrough, because I don't care if it's cheating, and double check what it says. You know, back to the greenhouse. So it said the snail liked the gentle rainfall. So we only want to move it one so that it's just a little misty. Right, because heavy is like, it's get rid of the bird. Because that didn't do that before. Okay, so we definitely want to keep it at max to get rid of the bird. I wonder if turning it all the way off. There's the gentle sprinkle that snails like, I guess. But maybe turning it on more? Nope.
There it is.
Apparently I did do it correctly. Well, I mean, he didn't do anything to me, but I needed the snail. Listen, I'm just following the disembodied voice of what I hope is the little girl. Right? I mean, it could be anything. I don't know. It could be just like this demonic book I'm using. It could be telling me things. I don't know.
Get it. What are you giving you? Have it. Don't you? You have it.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. I need it. Give it to me. See? Look at that. With her little weird self.
Yes. That's what I need.
Now I'm back in the basement with the book again.
And now, bring me intelligence.
Now I need to bring her intelligence. Ew! Why does there always have to be a spider? The spider is the most common arachnid. It has 8 legs and 2 or more pairs of eyes. Ugh. It is an excellent predator and adapts its hunting techniques to suit the place where it lives and the prey on which it feeds. Almost all spiders are able to spin a very fine and resilient thread to construct webs and burrows. They can also immobilize their prey with venom or surprise them with rapid movements. They're the best to get rid of mosquitoes. I don't care. So is my bat box outside. Spider brain is the best ingredient for the exchange ritual. By sacrificing just a couple of days, the ritual will enable any alchemist to solve the most difficult problems which they might face. The most complicated part is extracting the spider's brain without damaging it. If not done correctly, the time spent is wasted and nothing gained in return. I mean, we didn't get whatever, like the clues to whatever puzzle this is down here. So we still have this space yet. Now there's multiple flies. Well, I guess check this room over here first. Nope. Oops, somebody's outside. I found the spider. Can't I just use this vacuum to suck it up? I feel like that's a better choice. And it won't let me look at that anymore, so... Up to the shed to see if it'll let me pick up any other tools. Ooh. Okay. It's not gonna let me take the axe. But this was not open before. Oh, well, this is a puzzle. That we'll probably need to do eventually. In the basement, I found a toy box with loads of buttons. It also has a drawing of a half moon carved through it, and another one of a sun which sticks out. I took the little doll. It's like one of those little glowworm things. My kids had them. I mean, I had them, and then the kids had them too. Oh, this is the wine thing. Playing in the wine library. This month we challenge you to guess how you should store your bottles of wine to guarantee their perfect preservation. Young wines are not good in casks and are bottled immediately. Okay, Catacane, see you when you come back. Immediately following fermentation. How would you place these bottles containing these youthful wines with primary aromas? Crenzia? Wines are those that have been aged for a minimum of 24 months, of which 6 to 12 have been spent in a cask. In what position should you place these bottles to maintain fresh and fruity flavors? Reserva wines of this category have a total aging period of at least 36 months, at least 12 months of which should be spent in oak casks. How would you store them, preserving them? Grand Reserva, longer than 5 years, 18 of which is in casks, acquire a complexity and depth of aroma far superior. Where would you put each and every bottle of the prize wine? To answer, the answer is in the next edition of Cask and Cork for your merry pleasure. Do not miss it. So I guess Young are the green, Crenza the blue, then Reserva are the yellow, and Grand Reserva are the red. Okay, so we got info on the wines and found, more puzzles. So what's there by the? It's Let me bring up Steam and like read it so that it makes sense. Maybe. It says Clem is a narrative puzzle-driven adventure game with a dark twist. Wake up in a world where puzzles intertwine with exploration, weaving a unique narrative footed in alchemy. A voice awakens you, it gives you purpose to guide
Bring
you.
me beauty.
You find a notebook with mysterious entries and a house to explore. About this game, experience a dark adventure full of mystery. You awake in a cold, dimly lit room, your senses slowly adjusting to the surroundings that oddly feel familiar. A strange sensation lingers in you, reminding you that something is not quite right. As you find your bearings, your attention is drawn to the peculiar item on the ground. The notebook, labeled Clem,
Come on.
lies before you. As you delve into its pages,
Beauty.
covered with intricate sketches and insects accompanied by vague symbols, you find a note containing your cryptic message: bring me the beauty. And then, like, as you solve the puzzles, you get more of what is going on. So, I don't know. It's just a weird puzzle game. Because I'm weird. And I like weird things. I don't know. I don't really know. I know that wasn't very helpful, but I honestly don't know. It was just a weird puzzle game that seemed interesting. Okay. Put the red piece on the white piece, and the white piece is on the white piece next to the red piece. And then put all those pieces on this piece. Ta-da! We're making its face. I mean, we can play something else if this is not very interesting for you guys. Okay. I mean, obviously, I don't like if you guys aren't interested, I can totally play something else. But I just thought it was interesting. I don't know. I like weird stuff. Hence the strange horticulture, and I like weird things. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a great amount of like mental strength to do it. So, let's see. R for notebook. Ah, that's not the button I meant to do. This is. And that's that. So, I should have written it down. I'm not worried about it. I was just wondering if it was something like your owner was stuck in a room. I think eventually, like, you're learning spells and things. Like, eventually, like, first you have to figure out, like, why you're even in the house. And then. Okay, I should have totally written it down. Which color was which? Okay, I think the green go on top as they're like the youngest. That's not what I meant to do. So I think at some place we have to find another red. Ooh, fancy! Fun mail! Yeah, like it's kind of like a cozy, easy game. Like I said, I mean, at first I had trouble figuring out how to play it
Have
with.
you been out to the garden?
Oh, telling me to go out to the garden. So something must be out in the garden. What kind of camera arm did you get? Mine has like the part where it connects to the desk, and then it has like it can bend there, it can bend a little further up, and then at the end, and it has like the spring arms, which are like, you know, some people don't like them, but it took me, like, at first I had mine on the front of my desk facing in, but then when I got my other monitor, I put it on the side to look like over top. We have 64 allies. Let's put the killing field like out here to help us battle. And 57 enemies. Oh, maybe I said it too far out. I was hoping like we would work our way like and then be next to it fighting, but we're not. But oh well, we're still doing pretty good. Boop boop. Fee Sammer and Stone Peas. Ooh. Okay. Scrolls. 9. We did this battle, now we have to choose. Okay, that's just a gold chest, loyalty gold chest, and gold chest. Loyalty one, of course. You guys get better rewards with the loyalty chest. Okay, let's see. Sure. I will say, I think if anybody wants to attempt to put a necromancer out, it wouldn't hurt anything. Just saying. Mine is pretty straight. Bends on one end and has a ball joint in the other with the camera. It's a newer, same as my lights. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I go on Amazon and I look at the reviews, and then I usually buy something that's fairly cheap, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but is on the cheaper side. Gone out to the garden. Well, this is the greenhouse, not the garden, so maybe they mean something else. I can't turn the water off. That was a thought I had. So. She said the garden, but this is like the greenhouse. I wonder if she means a different part? It's not like there's a map or anything either, so... this wasn't really cheap. I had a handful to pick from on the whole of Amazon because my desk is Oh yeah, because your desk is much thicker, then you have less of a choice. Yep, I totally understand that. My desk is pretty thin, but it's not plugged in currently, but it is a standing desk. Like, I could stand up, sit down. It's a moving desk, but oh, I guess I could use the it says ooh, the lens of truth. And this is why I use a pen and thing. So if I can draw, Jesus, I keep wanting to put more things than I need. And of course, then it shows me. Feckin' hell. Okay, to the basement. Yeah, the thicker the desk you have, your choices get a little limited. My desk is pretty thin, so. And I had originally bought it for when I was sewing. That way, when I was tracing patterns onto the fabric, I could have the desk up higher. And then when I sat down to sew, I could lower it down. But my other desk, one is from IKEA, and I don't have, I only have one pair of legs for it. And the other side is attached to one of those IKEA, 2x4 things. And I could have just bought another set of legs, that would have been fine. But it's also longer, so it doesn't really fit in the space I currently have. So, okay, now to figure out how to put these. Okay, let's remove everything and give ourselves a fresh start. Okay, so I think based on this, that, and the way they have to go, I think green should go in the bottom, near the bottom right. Yes, that'll work. And yellow. But there's not 4 blue. But if I get another blue, it will fit in that space, and then this pattern will be correct. Where do I use this screwdriver? Okay, so we need to go back to the basement and figure out how to play that game and get all the suns up and the moons down. I've also ended up with a new hobby. I don't know how it happened. I was food shopping and somehow I came out with 4 perler kits. I have no idea how you could have possibly gotten the hint or spark to start perler beading. No one around here does that nonsense. Okay. Feel like this could go on forever. Oh, come on, just one more. Yes. Excellent. Hello, Clem. If you're reading this, you're looking for your charm. I'm sorry, but it's not here anymore. I've told you 1,000 times that I cannot stand it when you disappear while I'm talking to you, so I'll keep hold of it until you grow up a bit. Maybe get out of the house and get some fresh air. That way you might even make some friends. Dad. Rude. That was very rude. Still gotta find another bottle. Okay, if there was a bottle of wine, that should be the last bottle I need for the other puzzle. Like, I just want to rip down the paper off that window. Okay. Woo!
Brilliant.
Got something else? Little wooden box. It must have something in it because it weighs more than I expected. Ooh. Teleport charm!
Ooh, you found the charm. It's amazing. You'll see.
The house is huge. When I need to search for the ingredients for my rituals, I have to wander through loads of rooms. I was just thinking that. Up and down the stairs, across the garden. I'm sick of it. I need something to help me get around quicker, and which doesn't tire me out. I thought that was just a brick. It had like a line in the middle, so I was like, maybe it was a box, or like, you know, something you put other things in. Thinking about that has reminded me of my favorite series, Full Iron Alchemist. When they're in a jam, Edgar and Alfred are able to make things appear by drawing transmutation circles on the floor. I wonder if I could do something like that and use the circles to appear where I want. Of course I can. I've drawn various circles around the house, and to enable me to use them, I've made myself a teleport charm out of the silver medallion and a few amethyst crystals to concentrate energy. If a few days go by without using them, the portals deactivate, but I can reactivate them by approaching them with the charm. Once the portals are active, teleporting is as easy as tossing the charm into the air, and I'll appear in the portal of my choice. Very cool. Yeah, like, it was barely visible for me, but yes, that's what those circles are. Just woke up from a nap. Well, I hope it was a good one. So I bet these circles that I said are for something will allow me to teleport. So if I reactivate them, let's see what the next step is. Okay, I did that one. I did this one. So 1 2x2, 1 2x3. Goes like this, and then like this. Ta-da! That was the step. And here's the eat sugar. More Starburst. I finally emptied all the wrappers out of there, but I still have like that much of the bag. It's full of Starburst. Either Joe is still awake or fell out of bed. Is awake again. I feel like it could be either. Mm-hmm. I'm going to finish chewing the Starburst first. One day, I will be good at remembering to change the screens right away. I was doing so good earlier. Okay, now the other one is in the garden.
Look at your notes.
Look at my notes. So I wonder. Well, I appreciate it. It wants me to check my notes. L control to use it. So. Oh, yes! I was so hoping there was eventually a map because I was tired of running all over. So then you just do this, and I'm sure eventually others will do that. And then you just bam. Yes. I love teleportation. So I saw the spider crawl down there. That little mop's eyes move, or little back shop back's eyes move, which is disconcerting. Oh, okay. We apparently need to, well, it said, maybe not? Maybe I already did that and I didn't realize it. Or, like, this step didn't call for it. Once you complete the puzzle, which one to lose? Exit the wine cellar, you see the first teleport rune, head over to it automatically activated, head up the stairs to the main hall, you will see the other teleport rune on the central staircase, so be sure that it's activated or this next step won't work. Head over to the right and investigate the door-looking shape on the right under the lamp using the lens of truth. Reveal an odd shape, looks like a capital K on its side. A look in our textbook reveals this is the symbol for discretion. Now head back to the study, and it's worth rereading the note we originally got from this chapter 2. It means that all that we used previously, but the discretion one that we'll rediscover in the main hall. Okay, so we have to go back to the library and make that K symbol with the books in this library. No. Maybe it's this. There we go. Gotta do it twice. Hey, okay, so what we have to do is do that symbol first to unlock the door, and then do the other symbol to unlock the wall. I feel like I should have guessed that's how it would have to be, but... Oh, listen, door. Okay, and you don't have to be standing on a teleport symbol to use it. Good to know. A shoe? Okay. Oh, that's not what I meant. And these bronze ones or whatever, copper, you need to use like 3 more clicks than you need. A ton more clicks than you need. I bet that is snake. Okay, let's do like, I don't know, a bunch more. Okay, one more on the last one. Ah. I did those in the wrong direction. But the last one is correct. That one's right. 1 or 2 too many in this one. Okay. So, the bottom 2 are right, the first and third need to be fixed. Why won't it keep them up? Like, they're as up as high. What does it say about that? Like the other one I could fix because it was just like it wasn't all the way up. But now that okay, it says 1252. What is with this pen? Or is it just this section of the restart? So it says up one. I don't that can't be possible. I heard stream rados. 16 allies. What's haste do? Oh, boost speed. Range students. Let's just curse them. Ooh, 107 enemies. Let's hope somebody put a necromancer on the field. If not, we have to redo it. I will put a necromancer out. Woohoo! Yeah, we're not gonna make it this time, but I'll put a necromancer out. This time I will put my necromancer out to help us. You know, this way whatever we manage to kill automatically gets brought back onto our side. Where are you? No. There you are. There we go. You'll find yourself in the spooky crypt area on the floor, and the door will shut behind us. Not something to worry about when you can teleport. Head to the right and pick up the shoe from the ground to use later. Head to the right corner and you will see the Iron Maiden. This can be unlocked using your runic key using the following code. No, that's not the right code. This will unlock the Iron Maiden, revealing an unsettling reality. I don't think the way he said it was correct. Oh, Yeti! Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. We are playing Clem today. Yep. Oh, well, change the screen again. Uh, we are playing a game called Clem. I was gonna play it last week, but I couldn't figure out how to get it working without a controller. But I figured it out. It is a like weird kind of puzzle game. was the step. These 2 blocks. You have to like solve all these puzzles, and you're like a naked doll in the basement when you wake up each time you solve. It's kind of odd. But it said 1 up, 2 down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up, and 2 down. But that does not make one more each. Oh, when I started streaming, I was on my laptop. One more. Eventually, I will stop pressing the wrong buttons. And it was like I couldn't do a lot of stuff on it. It's a good laptop, just not for streaming. And I had like the lid closed a little bit so you could see what I was working on. Okay. You are lying. That is not how it works. Okay, let's check the rest of this room out before this thing drives me a little batty. You're welcome. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. We, like so... Maybe... Nope. F. Maybe I need to separate this. Nope. So the idea is that like each day, this disembodied voice thing tells you you need to bring it a certain type of thing. Like it was beauty first, then determination, and now it's intelligence. And so you have to go around solving puzzles to get the pieces, like to get what it wants, and then you take it to it and it talks some. Okay, so I did it too far, but that's kind of what you have to do. Like, I wonder if you just need to hit unlock at the right time. Okay. Like, if I do it all the way up, and then I put it in. Ah, yes. You gotta hit it at just the right second to get it to open. Oh no! Dad! Drunk in the Iron Maiden. Issues. Cat, don't get mad, but I've got myself trapped inside this thing. running away from a stupid spider. And now I can't get out. You'll be thinking that I shouldn't have come down here, but I saw a secret entrance and thought that Clem would be down here getting up to something. Anyway, I don't know who I'm trying to fool. It's not Clem's fault. It's never been her fault. After all this time, I still haven't worked out how to be a good dad, and without you, I've lost all hope. Lately, I'm finding it even harder to talk to her. When she came back from camp, I did what you said. I told her what happened, but when I looked at her, she was smiling. Cat, I don't know why, but she was smiling. Then she ran off and locked herself in her room and has hardly come out since. My love, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help her. I thought about giving her the letter, even though it wasn't finished, but I couldn't. Not that it matters, because I'm probably going to die here. I'm scared, Cat. Clem is upstairs and she can't hear the cries of her useless dad. I failed you. I failed you both. Clem, I don't think you'll ever get to read this, but I'd really like for you to know that although I've never known how to show it, I've always loved you very much. I'm sorry. Oh no. The man inside the iron doll dropped this. He only has one shoe. So, how was your stream today, Yeti? Control L. Oh, there we go. Main room. If you need to raid and run, I totally understand, or do post-raid things. But hopefully your stream went well. And you had fun. Haha, slippy, slippy spider.
Now, go get it.
I just want to say, I don't like chasing this damn thing in-game any more than I like chasing one in real life. Can't I just throw the shoe at it? Oh, because I can't kill it. Okay, the trick is to chase it, I guess, back into the goop. The box next time. Press the button. Yes, this would definitely be easier with a there we go.
You have it, don't you?
Would definitely be easier with controller to try to catch a spider.
I want that on me. Give it to me. Do what I tell you.
Do
Now
what I
what?
tell you.
And bring it to me. Another element is mine. Now,
Anybody have the
On to the
sneaking
next
suspicion
one.
that somehow this girl killed her mother? Set her father up?
bring me strength.
Bring me strength. Ooh, a beetle. The beetle is the largest of all the animal families on the planet. 1 in every 4 animals in existence is a beetle. That means there are beetles of all shapes, sizes, and colors. But one thing they all have in common is that they have 2 pairs of wings. The first pair is for flying, and the other, which is a hard, serves as a shell, and is what gives them a round appearance, shiny and colorful. Some species of beetle can grow very large, and they are territorial, using their horns to defend their territory against other beetles. The constructors of the pyramids adored the beetle, and their ancient alchemists used their beetle shell amulets to lift the rocks and use to build their monuments. Ah, so it wasn't aliens then. Okay. No new things down here. Back to only one fly in the kitchen. Just making sure there isn't any new cabinets open. Is that door open now? It doesn't have bars over it anymore. Or like the wood. Ooh, I can enter now. Oh, look! 4 and 11. Something on the plant. Like time? Well, they wrote it down for us, so. I think this makes sense to arrange the rows in circles like this. Looking at the lens, I've discovered loads of little circles in the painting. They're probably useful for opening another secret box or something like that. I'm going to copy them here the best I can so that all the details are visible. bedroom. A new teleporty. Marvin. Basement is the little wormy doll. Then the time. Then the piano. Then the water thing downstairs. Take the pencil. July or 16 July. I want to create a new magic toy, but I can't think of anything. I've got the lens, the key, the top hat, and the charm. What can I do now? Well, tonight I'll go to the treehouse and see if I get inspired. 21 July. Today I'm 7, and as a gift, Mom and Dad have said that I can go to the Alchemy and Bugs camp. It's gonna be so cool. Mom has told me that Dad doesn't know that it's an alchemy camp and that he thinks it's just to study bugs. We have to keep it a secret so he doesn't get angry. Mom's cool and Dad's a pain. Ha ha ha. 29 July. I can't sleep because camp starts tomorrow. 27 August. I'm back from camp, but Mom's not here. Dad says that she's gone and can't come back. I don't understand why, but it doesn't matter because I've had an amazing idea and soon we'll be able to be together again. I'm sure Mom will be really happy. I've got to plan the new project to perfection, so I can't continue with Marvin right now. I've only got a tiny bit left, but I can come back to it later. 9 September. I think Dad's been in my room again because I can't find the runic key. And I bet he's been looking at my notes. I'm so fed up. He's got his plants and his wines, and Mom's got her bugs. Why can't I have my magic toys? Anyway, I'm going to take something to Mom's lab. Dad's terrified of bugs. There's no way he'll go in there. 21 September. I want to make loads of combinations, so I'll need to create loads of homunculi? I don't know. I think I'll put them to good use by sending them out to search for all the attributes I need. 26 September. It's been days since I've seen or heard Dad. Whatever, doesn't matter. I don't need him anyway. 3 October. I've got the pendant. Now I can start. Well, little girl. Awesome Summer Camps presents Alchemy and Anthropods with Sandro, the awesome master of divination. Looks like a flyer for someone called Sandro. It says Awesome Summer Camps presents Alchemy and Anthropods with Sandro, the awesome master of divination. Okay, let's do the vortex. 2 eyeballs. And 2 white dots. Yeah. There we go. Now it's got a little face. Well, part of a little face anyway. Okay, let's go back out the room. Stranger's Lake small bottle. It's empty, but it smells good. It has a shiny lacquer colored gemstone screw on the end of it, but doesn't draw. Dreamcatcher, some wooden sticks tied together with string, and a little pink crystal in the middle. I'm guessing that's mom and dad. When I look at this photo, I get the same feeling as when I look at the painting of the cat. I don't understand because they look really happy. Because I think mom's dead. Okay, let's say 1, 2, 3. Oh, a bunch on one floor. Two more on the end. One more on the end. Okay. I'm gonna say dang it. Dang it. I need to see if this one is even. There we go. Ooh, it's the other arm for the clock. Okay. Notebook. What do we need? Okay, I don't know if it's just this pen, this paper or what, but okay, that's that way. The second one is 7 o'clock, maybe, with that bubble on the outside. And then 2 and 20. $7.22. I think it's the second one. first one. Let's say it's 3. Dang it. Actually, no, 4, because it doesn't go straight down the middle. So 4. We need that part. I'm going to say 439. And the second one. Is something or something 50 something. Ooh, 6 something 56. So 50 is out. So this is right angle facing this way down. Maybe 11? I heard Stream Raiders. $17 against $73. I'm hoping the Necromancer helps. At least a little bit. Well, it stopped working because I died, but... Love of Ami, you got 22 kills. And Catacane with all the assists. You guys are doing a great job. Crazy Manituka got the monies. 9, 13. Oop, now the big bad. The loyalty boss chest. Let's see. Let's do this guy. And remember, if you put anybody in the purple, they're going to stay there until they have to move. Okay, so I think I figured out the first one is 439. Okay, and 722. No. We're in ads. So I thought it was 722 because it looked like. Okay, Pen, I don't know if it's you or this paper, but. Apparently, this paper. Let me go get a scrap of paper. The kids always have these composition books left over from the school year, so might as well use them, right? So it's supposed to be a circle like this, and like this. So I thought it was 722, but it says 9. So that thing outside is definitely 7. But I guess maybe not 22 because that's not like a perfect thing. But it is, or that is 20 because of the little thing. Maybe just 721. Ah, 721. And then I thought this one was 1156. So woohoo!
Excellent.
So now we need to figure out the piano. Be 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 3. Oh, here we go. There's more. So, if we draw the piano. Right, so 2 1 3 3 3 1 2 3, and then 2 1 2 2 3. I don't know if that means like we do them in that order. Like, just like I'm sure there's more to it than that. Okay. No, F. Okay, let's see. Lady clean and Liddy. Let's just go street number. Okay, so they want us here with the piano. It says, looking back through the notes you got from the blackboard in Clemson, notice that the third step for Marvin is to use the piano, but also the notes of wisdom annotation next to it. Using our reference book, we can see the symbol for wisdom, and it looks like a light bulb. Now refer to your notes from the blackboard and the piano picture using from the dining room to identify the keys of the piano that have that symbol for it. So okay. So we want to find the ones that look like a light bulb. So this one. Let's get 1, 2, 3. Then this one. So we want for the record still here. Thank you for still being here. I have no clue what I'm doing. This second white key, first black key. The amount of symbols of each key also denotes the order in which they play. Oh. Well, okay. Okay, well, we figured that one out. Got near it and it lit up for just a second. There we go. Yeah, like 75% of the time I don't know what I'm doing. The other 25%, I'm winging it. No, that's not what I meant to click. This is, though. This will open up the backup panel, investigate, pick up the spring, combine the spring with the doll. Okay, so we want to move away and combine. C with C. Ooh. Marvin the Marble,
You can turn into Marvin?
right?
You're better than I thought.
Marvin the Marble. When they bought this house, Mom and Dad found a comic while they were cleaning and organizing things. It's called The Adventures of Marvin the Marble, and Mom and I loved it, which is why we read it together every night before we go to sleep. The main character is called Mara, and she's a girl that spends her time searching for relics in catacombs. One day, she discovers a mysterious source of water, but she trips, falls in, and becomes Marvin the Marble. Marvin is the smallest insect that can turn itself into a ball and roll. From that moment on, Mara, as Marvin, has loads of adventures discovering places that she couldn't get to before. Tonight, I came to the treehouse, and before I went to sleep, I read the comic on my own. Recently, Mom always says that she's really tired and needs to sleep. It's sad. That's when I thought about how cool it'd be if I could make myself small and go places I couldn't go before. I reckon there's a ritual I can perform to gain this power to transform myself into Marvin too. I'm going to sleep now, but tomorrow I'll make a list of ingredients. What was I supposed to be bringing her this time? Oh, strength, yeah. The beetle. Okay, so to become Marvin. Okay. It doesn't tell me how to become Marvin, so I'm gonna assume I don't have that power yet. Just know that finding Marvin the Marble will get you the Bug Tea achievement. Congratulations. With this ability, you can now go into small spells, teleport to the starting basement area, and head up the stairs and into the pantry. Walk over to the right wall with a small hole interact, and you will turn into Marvin. Anybody else think it's weird that this little girl supposedly lives in this house and there's been no more dishes?
Evie!
Hello, Steel. We've just turned into a bug. Right? Like, she mustn't need to eat anymore. I mean, I guess she probably has a spell that just gives her food or makes her nourished. I heard your brick tax. Hey, that's not cool. I guess I can push it a little bit more. Oh, tight spaces, tight spaces. I really thought that nail was gonna hang me up, but I guess because it's like, I guess, higher. Okay, I thought that was going to be much quicker. So I will stop and do the brick taps. Now we gotta give them a little more face. More face, more face. Okay, back to gaming. Back to Clem. Okay, apparently I have like just the right amount of space. Where am I supposed to go? Okay. Well, Lucy, thanks for the stream. Yes, Alex, go get some rest. Thank you for hanging out. Okay. After a mild panic attack, we have come out in the same room.
Well done.
So that we could get oats. Magic, I'm telling you, it's gotta be. Okay. So they said to separate our oats there. We have oats in a box. And then we can go back out to the greenhouse. Can't turn that off, so oh, not in here. We just call these little roly bugs. Roly poly bugs. I don't think that's the way. Before I go check the room with the Hoover, there's a spot where you might be able to go marble. Yes, a marble in the wall. Okay, neither one of those led me to go. Oh, I think I know. I need to push it just enough. There we go. But maybe a different spot because this one doesn't get me whatever that larva thing is. I don't think I can go any further. A little bit. Okay. I heard Stream Raiders. I just want to see if I press. Nope. See, I need to get in like right there, I think. Okay, Stream Raiders, Stream Raiders. There's 16 of us. And 77 of them. I have faith in us. We put the big bomber guy out. He'll help take out people. I love the big bomber guy. Well, we just try again. Okay, who do I put out? Well, let's see who I can put out first of all. Because some people, you know, you gotta wait for them to be able to use again for time. Can't use my necromancer again. I'm a little short on food to do him. Who should I put out? But we'll try the war beast, right? If somebody could put out a necromancer, I know, you know, I'm asking, but you know, you might not be able to because he might be on cooldown. But if you have a necromancer, it wouldn't hurt. I need to get in that way, but I don't think I can. So let's roll back the other way because I took one way. You know, let's roll back and see. If I could have possibly taken a different way. Okay, nope. I just rolled right back at the beginning. That's alright. I thought I went down one hole when I should have went up, like that this continued somewhere, but it doesn't. So I have to go down and go down this way. Okay. So we have this or this. If I go in the other way, can I pop out and then rearrange? Okay, because getting in that hole, like doesn't take me where I really want to go, but it does bring me out down here, and maybe that will bring me out says get your quick balls ready. Oop, gaming. Helps if I turn the screen. I got something. A bug egg. I found it in the greenhouse garden. There's something moving inside it. A wild poltergeist. Pokey. Oop, catch. I don't know if I have a phantom ball. I must, because it didn't say I didn't, right? Now head to the right. Past the shed, past the open doors in the front. Oh, okay. If you haven't done your Poke Daily and you do that, let this be a reminder. Poke Daily. I forget all the time to do my Poke Daily, so. Oh, look at the ants going up the tree. Woohoo, I caught the poltergeist. Like, dude, if I was claustrophobic, this would be horrible. Ooh, fancy, fancy. Like, as this bug, I secretly have my own flashlight. Come on, get out of my way. Come on. There we go. Nope, don't touch it. Oh, that's annoying. So I guess you have to use one of these. Didn't get it hooked in there. Dang it. I don't want to do this. Well, let's just go back the other way. See if there's something else. Nope, there's not. Because this was the other option I could go. And as we can see, there's no more. Back up to the annoyingness. Okay, so the deal is you gotta get this just right. trying to get it to go up more. There we go. Fucking serious. I wanted to play a puzzle game, not this bullshit. Grrr. Let's see if the thing says an easier way. Because now you'll head right past the shed. Get where we are. As you explore this place, you'll come across plenty of nuts that you can roll into to move out of the way. First, you need to move them out of your way, but later on, you'll need to use these nuts you come across to push and hold open barriers blocking your way. Once you reach the end, you'll emerge in the treehouse. Okay, but how do I use them to get out of my way? Right? Because they're not just gonna, like, hold it. I have to... You know what I mean? Like, it takes more than just a little... See, they come off so easily. Maybe, like, if I get... I would say, like, the tip of the nut, but... See how easy that comes off. This is the part where I scream and rage quit. I want it to go right in there. You know, just a little to the left. But it doesn't. So we tried a hibachi food truck last night, and I was not impressed. And I love hibachi. I was sad. Like, the rice was kind of like soggy, not crispy, like it's supposed to be. The meat was good, and the veggies were a little too. Like, I put the piece of squash in my mouth, and as I bit, you could like hear it squeaking. That was not. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, I didn't really want to leave. I wanted it to give me this. What does sleep mean? Oh, I guess that puts me back in the basement. This may require more searching. Like, how do I get... Because it barely opens. Okay. Patience while I find something to tell me how to do this. How to get past the push and pull. Clem chapter 4. Clem chapter 4. Nuts. Sorry, I've resorted to YouTube. Because I keep pushing the nuts into this bar and it doesn't move. Like, it, or I should say, barely moves. I can't figure out, like, I get it, you put one and more, but I can't get, like, enough to move it. Barely anything, let alone add a second one. How do you do it, mister? Oh, I'm an idiot. I want to keep pulling because I think the other side can't go anywhere. But I can just push instead of pull. Oh, there you go. Away from the wall. Sometimes I feel so stupid. It's like, how did I not think about that? That I could just push it instead of pull it. Come on, come on. So close. So close. There we go. Come on. Maybe get this other one further in first. There we go. Let's see, there's another nut. Some more nuts. Up and around and around and around in a circle. I don't know that I need to go that way because I just came from around this way. Okay. I do need to push this nut. This way. Come on. Go down a little bit. There we go. That one went down a little bit. So I push forward and down. Come on. Go down a little bit. I was like, oh, what did Amazing Spider say? Oh no, it's something totally different. Okay, that's where I came in. And I want, in theory, this to push this way. I need a second nut, I believe. Let's push the second nut up here. And maybe between the two nuts, I can get that pressed. Like, can I have a buddy bug that helps? See if that move it enough. Ah, yes. Okay, let's not get crazy with moving that. Which direction do I want to go? Okay, we want to put down. Nope, I keep winding up on the other side. Gosh darn it. Okay, little nut. We are working counterproductive to each other here, little nut. There we go, nut. We're at an annoying part. I have to move these nuts with my tiny bug body and get them to prop open these sticks, and so it is annoying. I may have to go back and push some more nuts through. Like if I had a second nut, this might. It's a roly-poly. I'm a roly-poly. And I really wish I had a second roly-poly to help this first roly-poly. Like, because what I need to do is jam that nut up there. But I am but one roly-poly. Yeah, like a chestnut. I don't know. It's some kind of nut. Like a chestnut or something. But I have to use it to prop open these gateways. But there is only but one of me. I think I'm gonna have to go back out a little bit and get another nut. Yeah, something like that. I don't know exactly. Okay. Let's. I have to use my roly-poly body to get them to roll. But sometimes my roly-poly body just makes them roll in the wrong direction instead of the correct direction. Or at least the direction I would like them to roll. And because it's dark, sometimes I roll it too far because I can't see that I need to, push it a certain way until, like, it's too late, and then we're fighting. The purpose of the game, so, you're really a doll, um, and you wake up, and each time you finish one, it's like a new day. And the little girl of the house, at least I assume it's a little girl, tells you need to bring her something. Like the first day, it was beauty, and the second day it was determination, and then it was intelligence, and now it's like strength or something. And eventually, you can do more things. Like I can teleport now that I couldn't in the beginning. I could turn into this bug. Um, and she is like making magical toys and things. It's really like a puzzle game. So it's just to solve different puzzles, and like in the end you eventually do something. I don't know. It's mainly just a puzzle game because I like puzzles. It's like dark though. It's got like alchemy and bugs, as you can tell. Get down off the wall, you silly coconut. It suggests you play it with a controller, and I don't know that a controller would relatively like make any of these certain things easier per se, but I think I'm just bad at like, doing this. Let's see if that worked. It did. Almost. Just. Oh, it's because it's slowly moving. There we go. I mean, in the description, it doesn't give you like a clear answer, like what the real purpose of it is. But you eventually like go through and do different things. It's just basically a puzzle game. Yeah, turned into a doll again. Like you get things, and some things you separate, and some things you put together, and you wind up with all kinds of different stuff. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. Ooh, look at this. The Adventures of Marvin the Marble. And this is like the first kind of magic toy you get. You can like put it over certain pictures and it gives you like hidden clues. stream with us. There are 14 of us. Put this down so I can see better. Let's try to do this again. Frankly, I just like puzzle games. I like figuring things out. But Spidey already with over 30 kills? There's now more of us than them. Whoop whoop! Whoop whoop! Crazy and love of Ami. Enjoy your spoils. We built our We beat another boss. Oop. I can level something up. If I press the right button. We'll put that. Go away. Go down. Start battle. That'll give me a quest finish. Go back out. Quest. Collect all the monies. Mages now. One more archer, one more and then mages. Okay, so that's you guys can add if you want. If not, that's cool too. But that way it's at least there. Okay, so okay, inventory. What does this tutorial say? Eggs need head back up to the head back up to the oh. Firstly, grab the slingshot. You can also go ahead and combine the gemstone and the slingshot. So let's get out of there. Into Beetle Oasis. Welcome, Beetle Lover. Congratulations on your new Beetle Oasis 3000. This handbook includes everything you could need to know to take your first steps in breeding beetles in a simple and speedy manner. For that reason, we recommend that before you get started, that you carefully read the description of all the controls and the quick guide that we've prepared for you in this handbook. Good luck. We hope that your beetles are healthy and strong. Controls. Adjust. Advanced regulator that permits instant temperature adjustment for the inside of your Beetle Oasis 3000. Magic technology controller which you can manipulate time inside of the hatchery. Activate super fast mode to speed up your beetle's evolution. Warning: in fast mode, it's not possible to change the temperature or reset. Did something go wrong during your breeding process and your beetle doesn't look quite right? No problem. With this button, you can return to the beginning of the process and start again. Use it as many times as necessary. 1. Beetle eggs are very tough and take a long time to hatch, and will only do so at high temperatures. Larvae need medium temperature to develop properly, and as soon as one hatches, it will be very hungry, which means that if it doesn't have food, it will die soon after. What the little beetle larvae like to eat most is oats with honey. Yum! Larva food can attract parasites, bad bugs, that can attack your larva. To get rid of them, increase the temperature until they're all dead. But then remember to return the temperature to medium to continue with the development of your larva. After a while, your larva will transform into a pupa. Which, be careful because although pupas seem robust on the inside, it's very fragile and sensitive. Observe your pupa closely and adjust the temperature as necessary. While the pupa is happy and comfortable, it'll keep growing. 4. If you've done everything correctly, after a while, a beautiful adult beetle will be born. This marks the end of the breeding session, but be sure to remove your beetle from the hatchery as soon as possible because this is the shortest stage of life, and if it spends too much time in the hatchery, it'll die. Extra. Free your beetle in a wood or leafy garden so that it can lead a happy life. In the meantime, it may well lay eggs. If that happens, you can rear more beetles.
Brilliant.
Okay. F. Spacebar to use my oats and honey. Oop. Let's try that again. High temperature to hatch the eggs, then medium temperature for the larva.
It's yours. Give me strength. What are you waiting for? I want strength. What are you waiting? Give me strength.
Ooh, fun. I still only have the 3. Because I can never decide like what other sounds I'd like and then figure out how much they should cost.
Awesome. And now, the last one.
Oh, we woke up again.
Bring me hope.
Bring me hope. Hello, Grand Admiral Quack. How are you doing? Hopefully you've had a good week. Firefly. The firefly is a beetle with a very special ability. It is capable of emitting light with organs located at the end of its abdomen. The light enables it to find a mate during mating season. The males emit flickers of light, and the females then decide which is the most attractive of them. Each species of firefly has a distinct tone of light and pattern of light emission. I think the firefly is my favorite insect. I love watching them at night when they're practicing our arcane symbols by the fire, and our teacher tells us scary tales of rituals gone wrong. Firefly light is a particularly important ingredient within insect alchemy. If used correctly, it can make any object glow, but even more impressive is that it can make a person that's sad happy. That's pretty cool. Okay. Even though I've been in some of these spaces and they. Am I stuck? I think my game froze. Let's. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it stopped playing sound though. I don't know why it stopped making sound. I know we've been in these rooms and like done stuff in them, but I checked them again just in case there's a new thing that wasn't there before. Oh, there was a new doll. I bet I can become a roly-poly. Oh, okay. Ooh. Make sure.
What are you waiting? Search for something. I know you can do it. Come on, search for something. I know you can do it. Oh, do what I tell. I know you can.
Yeah, I don't know why
Search for something.
the sound isn't working. Like, even in my headphones, it's not working. Let me just see if I can get any sound to work. Well, that I'm not sure if it had sound, so. Okay, this is weird. I have like no sound on the screen. Yeah, okay. I all of a sudden have no sound, and I'm trying to figure out why. I haven't muted anything. There we go. For some reason, all of a sudden, I had no sound in my headphones. And it was really disconcerting. And I was trying to figure out what the heck is going on. There we go.
Come on.
Okay. I did that totally wrong. Okay. Dang it. Okay. Not you. We're on to 5. These copper ones, you have to get them up. You have to get like the thing just right. And unlike the silver ones or whatever, you just do them once and then you can unlock the gold or copper, whatever it is. They start to push the pins back down, so you have to get them all just right, or it won't unlock. Like, see, they're already not. You have to. Damn it. And I'm beginning to think this walkthrough I have is not correct, because it's like 1 down, 3 up, 4 down, 4 up. But I don't really think that is the answer, because that first one's going to need more than 1 click. Unless it's 4, 4, 3, 1 from this end. I guess the goal is like to figure out, because the mom has just disappeared. So I think the goal is to eventually figure out what happened to the mom. Well, you have to. It's a room key, so it's like a magic key. You can adjust it to fit in, like a skeleton key. You can arrange it to fix. The problem is the pins in this type of a lock start to push them back to like a level, and so you have to figure out what the notches are. Like independently, so that they're all lined up like this part here. You want this groove to be pushed up and even, but you need all of them even at the same time, so that way you can figure out when to press the thing at the right time. So what I need to do is exit out and figure out how many up the first one is. It's really like notches in a key. Okay, so let's try 1, 2, 3, 4 and see if that. Nope. So it must be 5. Okay, yep. 5 gets that first one perfectly lined up. That's 3. Yep. 5, 3. I know it's like, I know puzzle games are not like everybody's thing. Okay, so 5352. So if I give everyone an extra one, it would be 6463. To give myself a second to press the button. So, nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Ah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Dang it! Yeah, you have to get like just right, which 1, 2, 3 is a little bit of pain in the butt. Okay, ignore me while I have a mental breakdown. Yes, that's right. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I see what I did. 1, 2, 3. I guess that's really 2. Ah, okay. Let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Ah! There we go. Okay, thank you. I'll probably be done in a few minutes. When I finish Stream Raiders. Sometimes I'd like to travel to the past. I don't think I'll ever be able to, but thanks to alchemy, I've received something similar. A few months ago, my dad gave me a magic set. Nearly all the tricks were using cards, a handkerchief, or waving a wand that didn't actually do anything. I was bored with it straight away, but that wasn't Dad's fault. At least he tried. What I did like, though, was the cool top hat that came with it. The top hat didn't do anything either, but with one of my spells, I transformed it into the Hat of Memories. With it, I can recall my own memories or someone else's and bring objects from that memory into the present, using a ritual called Reclamation. Pretty cool, right? First thing to do is put the top hat on. If there is a memory close by, you'll see an illuminated shape. That shape is the energy of a memory trapped in the form of an associated object. When you put the associated object on the top of the illuminated shape, the energy from the memory will be released and the reclamation ritual will begin. To complete it, you have to continue to vary the shape of the energy as the ritual demands. If you do the ritual well, at the end you'll discover the memory, and other important objects from the past will make its way to the present. Equivalent exchange. So you used L shift to do this one. Okay. There are things we need to complete this, so not right now. Ooh, and we activated another thing. Mom, I have invented a new thing. 58 this time. Whoop whoop, look at us go. 58 to 66. Whoop whoop, whoop whoop. So let's see. The most kills was Hackrap. I probably said that wrong, but the most assists. And then for okay, got some gold. 40 Buster Scrolls. Ooh, I can upgrade my Buster. That was our last Stream Raiders of the day. Jesus. It says, Mom and I have invented a new thing. For now, we're calling it the Firefly Trapper. But we need to think of a cooler name, because that one's a bit rubbish. The Firefly Trapper is a device which used to make a light bulb turn on and off like a firefly's bum. Mom knows loads about bugs, and she says that fireflies really like flashing lights. That means that with our invention, we'll be able to make fireflies come to our house whenever we want. It'll be great for when there's a power cut. The coolest thing, though, is that if we make the light bulb go on and off exactly like a firefly, then they'll come really close and we'll be able to trap one to use as a lamp. Only for a little while. After, we'll have to release it so it can go back to its friends. Oh, I wish I had friends like the fireflies. Anyway, I can't be sad because then Dad gets sad, and I don't like that. Just as well, Mom's always there to brighten the mood. Mom is my only crossed out best friend, and I don't need any more. So you see it has a bulb and the recipient and switches and a battery. Important, Mom says that the recipient must be made partly of metal for the Firefly Trapper to work. I heard fricted tax. Okay, I think. Okay, let's change. No, I did change. Okay. I think we put that on last time. So this time we need a black dot. 2 pink dots. And this white piece. So we put the black piece on the white piece, and then we make a nose, and then we got blushy little cheeks. Blushy little cheeks. Let's see. So you could change the eyes. You can have the eyes open, or they have these little like eyelash ones, like closed eyes. And then let me find the rest of his body. We attach his body to his head. Let's see. And then it looks like just a few more steps and we're done. I love little cheeky cheeks. Okay, let's see. Oh, nope, don't want to do anything with that. Pick up the gemstone. I think the stone smashed through the window glass. It wasn't me. Let's see. It's like trying to figure out, you know, like where things could possibly be. Let's see if there's something in the parents' bedroom or her bedroom, possibly. Okay, so we did that already. You know, because like there might be things to open or that you couldn't open before that you could now, or I don't know. Like, see? Like this. That wasn't there before. But we don't have the code either. So our cat, little kitty likes to eat spiders. As, you know, it's been warming up, little tiny spiders come inside and whatnot. She's been eating them, catching them and eating them. Although there was a giant spider by the sink the other day that was not cool. Right? I was like, thank you, eat the spiders. She'll like play with them a little bit and then eat them, which is weird, but she apparently likes to play with her food. Right? I guess she's like, oh, this will be fun. True. Okay, so I was hoping to find at least like one clue. And I mean, I guess technically we did. We found the safe and so I'm not entirely sure how to save this game. It just like saves on its own. We found the safe and the attic. I wish the like cabinet would open. Let's see. Didn't see anything in the bottom room or there. Or there. Or there. I was kind of hoping there would be like, you know, a light bulb in the like utility room there, but there was not. So let's go. Child yelling at the kitty. So let's do Ray, steal your heart. I can hear my husband helping my daughter get dinner or try to cook dinner, and the cat crying because they wouldn't let her jump in the oven. How dare you not let me jump in the oven if that's what I want? The cat It's crazy. Ending. There we go. Well, hopefully you had fun watching today. I had fun trying to figure this game out. It seems pretty fun. I cheat, of course, and use the walkthroughs, but I don't consider it cheating, or at least I don't care if it is. Ooh, I drag a nail. Pocket Catch. Oh, trouble. But thank you for hanging out, and hopefully you'll like Steel. She's a crocheter if you don't already know. Thank you, Yeti, for the raid today. Thank you for everybody who watched and hung out, and hopefully you have a great week.